All right, so yeah, we're going to be getting to work. We need to start doing the UI. We're going to run into a bunch of errors with it in the moment, just because most of our endpoints are now completely broken compared to what we were doing. All right, so here's our API. We can run it up. We create all the balances and quotas and fixtures, and that part looks fine. Our front end, that's web. This is the dashboard. Yeah. All right, so let's go look at the dashboard. Something has gone terribly wrong. Well, no, that's the thing, Mr. Demon Wolf. Like, you're legally allowed to use it for commercial stuff, but you're not able to copyright anything that is it generated, right? So that's what I'm getting at. Like, you don't own it. No one owns it. That's the current consensus from like what the courts have ruled. So basically, AI generated content is not copyrightable. Yes, exactly. And yeah, hold on real quick. I just got to share this for anyone who might have just gotten here. You're welcome for the nightmares. Yep. Um, yeah. And you know what? Hold on. No, that would be a good idea to use diffusion before real quick. Text to image. A cat astronaut floating in space holding a wrench. Yeah, because it's all running locally. All right, so hold on. We're going to generate 6 of them. Cat astronaut in a space suit. We'll generate 6 of them. That's not a wrench. That's a shake weight. That one doesn't even have a wrench. No, I know. Yeah, the prompt engineering is important. Holding a large wrench, and we'll go photographic. But where's the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster? Exactly the bread. Feels like having your brain smashed out with a brick wrapped in a lemon. I just can't believe it doesn't know what a wrench is. Oh, okay, so it's got socket wrench right there. Yeah, that one's not bad. We'll just throw that one in right now. Yeah, exactly. Now, where do I have this image actually saved? I don't actually know. Oh, GJS recommendation. So that was the right folder. All right, so yeah, let's update it. Why not? All right, cool. But yeah, like that is how far image generation has come. That last image we saw was generated like just 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Like that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Like how far we've come. Now, granted, it was done using, I think it was on Hugging Face or something. How's it going, JWF? No, I didn't. I don't watch YouTube videos much. I'd rather read a blog post most of the time. My preferred way to like consume Theo's videos would probably be to pass it into some like summarizer and just read that. Oh, yeah, he's referencing the news article or whatever where like ChatGPT tried to like save its own data elsewhere because it thought it was going to get shut down or something, right? Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Amir, when did you hear about that? Were you at Connect Tech? Like, did you see that talk? Or were you just like lurking at one point when I was already talking about it here on stream or something? I'm just always curious, like, how people discover some of these things. So, Mr. Demon Wolf, basically, these are programmatically generated images. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so basically, keep in mind, I did not create boring avatars. That was a React thing that already existed. So you could just use the original boring avatars and be totally fine as well. But what I ended up doing is I took boring avatars and I ported it to a thing called mitosis. And mitosis then allows me to export React, Vue 2, Vue 3, Svelte, Solid, Angular, Quick, and there's actually like a way larger list now. These are just the ones that they had at the time that I ended up like creating demos for and everything. So if we go to the demo here for Svelte, this is actually a Svelte component built from a mitosis component that totally just like works. You know, it's just a, you know, it's similar to the idea behind web components, but this is generating an actual native component for each framework. So it has source code that you'd actually be able to like read and understand. It's pretty cool. But yeah, you can use it for anything you want. The idea behind it is that it is programmatically generated at runtime. So like there's one library you download, and then you pass in a string, and that string gets hashed in a very specific way to generate these images, right? So there's like, it's using like pseudo random generation to position the mouth, like to change like the shape of the background and all that stuff. It's an SVG, so it's not compilation. This is happening at runtime, not compilation time. So if we inspect it, this generated an actual SVG. So once you have the SVG, you can do anything you want with it. But the idea behind this is just simply, it's great to use for like user placeholder images instead of just like the same generic icon for everyone. So until someone has uploaded their own image, you can use something like this. Gravatar is fine, but it just, you know, doesn't look nearly as cool as this, does it? Right? Like the auto-generated Gravatar is just like the weird block shape. Meh. Yeah, exactly. And there's a bunch of different flavors too. So like you can do the marble, you can do the pixel, right? So this is very Gravatar-like, you know? You can do sunset. You can do Bauhaus. And I think pixel is one I actually created. I don't remember for sure, but hold on. Let's go look at boring avatars. Yeah, so pixel at least is my own. So that's one thing that you get if you use Boring avatars. You get like something that I just decided to generate just cause. So I did a little bit of a feature ad. But yeah, adding other like flavors would be kind of cool too. But yeah, you just pass it a color palette, pass it whether you want it to be square or circle, give it a size. You know, you can see the page in darker light mode. I don't know, I like it. So yeah, like I don't know, I think it's fun. Yeah, your initials work. Oh, it's really fast. Yeah, yeah. Like it's really damn fast. Ooh, the bread. Yeah, I don't think I was even using Stack Overflow at the time. Like, I definitely didn't have an account at least. Jesus. All right. Blue Sky has the sex bots at this point. Blue Sky totally has the spam sex bots now. So Amir, here's the thing, like you don't generate it when they create the account. You just pass their name to it at runtime. So you need like the library installed and like part of your bundle. But then that same I forget, maybe like 30K is applicable to every user. So if you're showing enough users, that 30K ends up being less than it would cost to like send the same generic, or to send like an image representing them, right? So I don't know, it can be useful. But the key is like you don't have to do anything when they create the account. You just have this avatar and you pass their name on whatever page that you're showing this thing, and it shows the image. And it's consistent. Yeah, you can use the account name, you can use the like their ID, you can use anything you want, and it will always generate the same image for that user. Right? So if we look at Mary Baker here, and I go back to Boringer avatars again. Right, so over on this one, we are in the Svelte project. If we go to the Angular demo, and we go to Bauhaus, right? It's going to be a different color, sure. But as far as like the shape that it was put in, right? Like the shape is always the same. So given the same color palette, it'll generate the same image regardless of the framework, regardless of like when you do it, like regardless of the page you're on, etc., as long as you pass it the same string. So it's a deterministic hashing algorithm. What that means is the user basically always has the same image. Right? Even cross-platform. So I would say go check it out, load it on your own machine, and look at the Bauhaus version for Mary Baker with the default color palette. Isn't it the same image? I'd say go give it a shot. Go test it. Let me know. Anyone willing to test it for me, please? Bueller. Bueller. Yeah. So it loads. What I'm saying is like you go to this page, you create the large one, and does this same exact image look? Does the image look the exact same on your device as well? That's what I'm asking. Is it consistent across devices? So this one right here. You see the orange outline or orange background, yellow square, green circle, blue line. There you go. That's the idea, right? It is fully deterministic across devices, across page loads, like all that stuff. So that's like the power of it, right? Your user has the same image, so you can still recognize different users, even if they haven't uploaded their own custom image yet. Ooh, the Angular one has a bug. I didn't notice the Angular bug. So the Angular one doesn't draw the circle, like the open mouth properly. Shit, we're gonna have to go fix that at some point. All right, so back to what we're doing. Something went terribly wrong on this page, but we don't know what. Okay, stats endpoints. That's right. So stats endpoints were the 401, 404, which is fine for now. Login here gave us a 500 sad panda. Why? Okay, yep. So yeah, we changed up how we do our sort keys a bit. All right, so yeah, this is the query right here. It's no longer sort key, I believe it's tertiary key. All right, so then, yeah, pretty much any user lookup there is going to be a problem. So now MFA, what endpoint was that? MFA auth next. All right, so let's just go from the top. That one is also still sort. Tertiary. That one we got. Okay. That seems to have stalled. We'll give it a sec. What's up, Khalid? How you doing? This is probably your favorite part now, huh? We're doing the UI. Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, that's about right. I'd say I've been coding about 10 years. It's hard to like truly quantify it. Like, I had a GeoCities site in the 90s. I had a MySpace page, like in the early 2000s. So I learned HTML and CSS that way. I did some Flash stuff in the early 2000s as well. But I didn't like really put the effort in until, let's just say, 10 years. I mean, I started getting my degree in around 2008. Oh, and we still got a flaw there. Yep, so businesses are now 401. So that's our middleware. Yeah, so we did enough like refactoring that some of these endpoints are somewhat broken. Okay, so it's the place that we're calling create get user. Okay, yes, that part. Okay, so no, that part should be good. Am I a repeat founder? No, like I've definitely got like the indie hacker mindset. Like I'm always trying to think of a project I want to build. And for everyone here on Twitch, that question came from YouTube. Um, but I don't have any like successful like projects that I've launched. Not yet. So one of these days. So how am I doing the routing and the middleware? So the tricky part there, Badman, is I'm using Architect. That is the dream. Absolutely there, Ibrahim. As much as I like my current job, I'd love to just not have a job. That would be just the absolute dream. Isn't that everyone's dream, technically? That's why people save up for retirement and all that. Yeah, social apps are really, really hard to monetize. So that should have worked. At 401 unauthorized. JWT must be provided. Oh. Well, that's what I mean, Habako. If you're working for yourself, it's not technically a job. It's a business, sure, but that's not a job. We used to. I'm not sure why it's not getting attached right now. So that's the tricky part. So we're getting the token back. But we don't see it attached. So that's the issue. Interesting. I know where that used to work. Access token is empty, though. Interesting. So we see that the token comes back. Yeah, it used to be a much uglier image. Like, really bad. Because we generated it like 2 or 3 years ago. I wonder if we're running into a race condition. So a bunch of those errors are probably part of it. That's the one that's logging us out, though. So accounts stats is giving us a 401. And I believe that would be the get business endpoint. Let me get more music going. And not the get business endpoint, but the get business middleware. So yeah, hold on. Badman, real quick. Yeah, I am using Architect. So that's handling the routing because each route is its own individual AWS Lambda, which isn't maybe necessarily best practices anymore, but I've built up a bunch of stuff on top of Architect that, I don't want to rebuild in some other way yet. And then the middleware is my own like home built system. Technically, now it's like their system, right? So you basically pass like your middleware before you actually pass your final HTTP function to their thing that they set up. But all of my middleware is like middleware I had to build. No, it's not anywhere close to how Express like really works. I mean, it's maybe somewhat inspired, but just not the same. Like the general pattern of middleware is going to be similar for everything, right? It's not like Express came up with that idea. Okay, so get business by user. Well, that would be it. So hold on. No, this is business users, but by the partition key. So that is not correct there. No, I think I know what the issue is. maybe not. No, that is not it. Oh, looks to me like it's still in the businesses get all. No. Hey, bald-bearded builder, Mr. Sir. How you doing? What's up, Mr. Pepperdev? How you doing? So yeah, bald-bearded builder, what were you up to today? Co-working stream, plus it's the season of gifting. Nice. Ooh. Oh, bald-bearded builder. I like that emote. Yeah, the raid emote. That's nice. Yeah, I recognize Anthony writes codes. Hello, hello. But yeah, I don't think I've seen BBB's emotes before. I like that one. So yeah, welcome everyone. Yeah, well, you'll maybe let me know what you were up to. I will chime in and let you know what I'm doing. I am currently building out a software as a service for software as a service to use. And the idea behind it is pretty much any software as a service has quotas or balances that they want to maintain. So in the idea of like, I think Deepgram and a few others, you would spend money to create some credits, and then you would just deduct those credits from your balance. That is a balance that I am trying to abstract. But then there's also the idea of, well, some services give you, 10,000 requests a month, or, that's not a lot, right? 1,000,000 requests a month. How do you track those requests and then notify the user when they're getting close to that limit, or things like that? So the idea of quotas and balances are inherent to billing tiers for software as a service. I kind of want to just build that out as my own software as a service for those things so that software as a service can be my customers. I think it's a good idea because enterprise customers are a good target market, but I could also solve game developers, right? Like League of Legends has two currencies, one the red crystals, the other the blue crystals. Blue crystals you use to buy champs and some other BS. Red crystals you use to buy skins and stuff, and those cost money to get, right? So a lot of that stuff is just, I think there are a bunch of different like businesses that we can, help them launch quicker. And I think it's a niche that's not necessarily getting covered right now. So that's my main goal. I think I could turn it into a business, and it's fun to try at least. We are currently dealing with some bugs. We're getting a bunch of 401s, actually. So yeah, for the most part, what we ended up doing is we did a major pivot. The idea of handling quotas is brand new, and the idea of handling more than one balance per business is brand new as well. So we did a whole bunch of refactoring for our back end, and now we're on the front end testing and making sure those changes actually work. Aha, so this is the request now. Aha, and that's why we do this. Okay. No, no, I just use the royal we. Like, you know, me and the rest of stream. Now, this is a solo project. Eventually, I'd like to take on a co-founder and, you know, start hiring people and all that, but we are pretty far away from that. I would need to get some funding to make that happen. All right, so the big thing is here in the data file, when we go look at businesses, actually business users, yeah, this is going to stay primary key or partition key. Okay, interesting. So we were able to get logged in. Our token is valid. We don't have a selected business, though. But we were able to fetch the businesses. Damn, I'm catching myself. I watched so much What We Do in the Shadows. I'm starting to talk like Matt Berry's character. We got so much businesses. Like the way he adds like the at the end of his like words. It's really good. I really like that show. So it's a DynamoDB thing. It's kind of how they deal with their like scalability. So it's not a tenant, right? Like a tenant would be based upon like my business's customers. This is a DynamoDB specific thing for how they actually partition the data within their data center. And we don't have to care how that happens. It's just a serverless database. We get the data from wherever they want to put it. The key thing to remember is that with Dynamo, your partition key basically determines your rate limiting. So Dynamo So if you mess up on your keys, then you can have like just like a big problem. Partition throughput limits. And yeah, Alex Debris really just does amazing work here. Like the diagrams and everything, just so good. So it could be the tenant ID, right? So if you're using your partition key as the employer, then it would go to different partitions. Now the big thing here is I'm treating it like a primary key. So I may be running into some issues, but really it's not my problem. As long as I'm giving a partition key that is different enough from all my other partition keys, I should be not getting past or any of these like read like RCUs or WCUs. So read units or write units. I haven't done any benchmarking based upon how I'm doing that data. But yeah, Alex Debris is probably like the preeminent expert on DynamoDB. All of this stuff becomes important because of the single table data design. One of the major flaws with single table design is that you need to know your access patterns up front, right? You need to know what you're going to actually be querying stuff by. So you can't just throw it all into a database and then add indexes later. All right, so what we got to figure out is why Waltr redirected us to the create business endpoint. And that was it. For some reason, right, the selected business was undefined. Hmm. Ooh, even more interesting. We're not getting a refetch of businesses. Hey, what's up, Keegan? How you doing? And we're not even seeing the request for that. Not yet. I still got time. I got what, 4 days? They close on December 13th. Yeah, dude, we got plenty of time. What day is that? Friday? That's not a bad one. You can definitely take it. I mean, nah, there's major reasons why. Like, class components are inherently bigger, right? Whereas a function minifies way better. So yeah, you'll never win in that regard based upon like bundle size, which is the problem. But I think it's an easier mental model to teach. Right? For someone brand new to web frameworks in general, I like teaching them class components because the mental model of the lifecycle hooks is straightforward. So instead, like teach people class components first, but then teach them the analog with, functional components. If you understand the component lifecycle inherently, you're good to go with basically any framework at that point. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You know where we got that entire thing? You know where we got that mental model? I'm planning on it, James. Like, I'm going to submit talks. I'm going to submit 3 of them. If I don't get accepted, I'm probably not going to go because paying out of my own pocket doesn't sound ideal. Paying out of my own pocket and then buying a ticket? Nah, that ain't it. Yeah, $500 and a flight and a hotel room. Nah, that ain't it. But if I get a talk accepted, they pay for the flight, they pay for the hotel room, and they give me a free ticket. That's a win-win. I would consider going if they had the idea of like an influencer, like free ticket. If I got a free ticket, I could justify the flight and the hotel. Yeah, exactly. Now here's the thing. I can get work to cover conferences that I speak at that are heavily like get cracking focused. Which reminds me, hold on. Connect.tech. Have they published the videos? Because I kind of need this video published. The Connect Tech. Is that it? Nope. Uh, yeah, so I don't think they have the playlist published yet. Now, so yeah, I need them to publish their their 2024. If they do that, then yeah, I can like, cuz I talked about Get Kraken pretty heavily. If you get accepted, ooh, that's not a bad idea. There you go. Yeah, I'll throw out the same offer. If I get accepted and you don't, yeah, I'll get a roll away for my room. No problem. You don't snore, do you? That's going to be an important distinction to make. But yeah, I really need them to post these up. This might not even be the right conference, actually. I don't think that's the right conference. That's definitely not the right conference. Connect events. That's the channel. All right, so they don't have 2024 up. All right, so this is the one I need to worry about. Dude, they should really, really figure out a better channel name. Oof. Okay, so here's the thing. $10 months ago? Ah, shit. That is such a long time to wait to publish. 2 months before the videos are published. But yeah, no worries, Keegan. So yeah, I don't see them publishing those videos yet either. Hmm. Oh well. I just had to double check that. That's all. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I can get them to cover my Atlanta stuff. I'm gonna have to reach out to my boss. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, back to what we're building. Yeah, so why are we not making that request for businesses? It might be that access token there is undefined. But James, if you're still out there, I am planning on going to render ATL again, I think. And if I wasn't like in and out for the Connect Tech conference because I was only there for a day, I would have hit you up. I guess you're pretty far though, right? So yeah, maybe it wouldn't have been a good idea. Like, or maybe it wouldn't have mattered. James, what class are you playing in PoE 2? Like, I assume you've tried a few. I've played 4 so far. Monk is tough. Monk is really damn hard. Like, Monk is a miserable experience. Oh, so this is actually an invalid token problem. Like, our value is not set in local storage properly. I almost want to send or create like a logged out endpoint. But I think on login, I can just set a query param. Yeah. Oh, so businesses is empty now. What? All right, so something's up in my fixtures. Yeah, the get all by many IDs. That's a problem. Yeah, this should just be businesses get all by ID. Oh. Well, no, maybe that's it. Man, what file was that I just edited? Not login, not error. Oh, yeah, yeah, it's a backend endpoint. Businesses get all. Bull MQ? No. I'm going to adapt the Tommy Boy quote. Let's see if I get it. You can get a good look at your messages by sticking your head up Bull MQ, but wouldn't you rather take Kafka's word for it? for scheduling that one. Yeah, I do. I'm pretty proud of that one. All right. All right, so get all by many IDs. Let me look at that. So the ID values, the ID key, and then the index that we want to do it by. So it is partitioned by default. All right, so what are we getting logged out there? Oh, we're not getting any business users. Business users table, get all by ID. Oh. I think I already know. Yep, wrong key for that one. No, business users is by user ID. We got the users table. We got the business table. Interesting. So we don't fail that out like we should. So hold on. Let me look at business users, right? User ID created at business ID, user ID, and business ID. So I have those set wrong. Man in the High Castle? Yeah. I'll check it out. I'm not a big fan of like the serious shows. Like The Boys makes me laugh my ass off sometimes, you know? No, it sounds good. Yeah, I'll totally check it out. All right, so yeah, this is the thing. We're creating that wrong. I'm a little bummed that the insert didn't fail out for us during the fixture part. Like that should have failed for us. But, yep, oh well. It's what we get for fiddling with all our keys. If you keep playing with your keys, you'll go blind. Damn, I'm on a roll right now. That was a good one, too. I crack me up. Oh, shit. Okay, so yeah. This is a totally different error now. Yep. Okay, so then that is a flaw in our middleware. I know, right? Nah, it's okay. That's a hard-coded key, so that we don't have to keep like adding and removing the account from this authenticator app. But yeah, how you doing, Rima? So yeah, it's only in local dev, so we're fine. Oh, and we broke something else. What did we break this time? Oh, business settings is a 404. And I gotta figure out where all those other errors are coming from. Because that's way too many. But yeah, we're getting this like error page because we're getting too many like Axios errors in like a short time frame. There you go, Ramu. Yeah, sounds about right. See, I think that's totally accurate, actually. I think a lot of people get a lot of work done while they lurk this stream. I think that is totally fine. Okay, so getting business settings. Yeah, this entire like modal is no longer any good. Yeah, so I think the onboarding process is something I'm going to want to really think about a bit better. But right now, I think all of this just kind of goes away. So yeah, instead of fetching business settings, which no longer even exists, we probably want to fetch. like the modal, or not the modal, the quotas and the balances, and if those are empty, then there's some onboarding for the user to do there, right? Like, I'm going to need to really rethink what the dashboard looks like. I think no matter what, yeah, we can get rid of this and we'll rethink completely with just what happens there. So yeah, if the user doesn't have any businesses, right, as like an invite or other process, then they're done. And yeah, the invite process we have to think about eventually too. So yeah, a lot of work to do, but I like the fact that we're slowly just plugging away at it. Right. Okay, so those are all dashboard errors. You mean a Mr. Sir sticker? Yes, it is. I had an entire sticker sheet. I don't have any nearby. But yeah, I'm gonna get some more. Yeah, no, I did that. It's fine. It doesn't affect the phone in any way, so I just don't care. And it's only on the back. It's not like the screen, so it's completely meaningless. Now, I do think the sticker actually helped hold the screen together, which is kind of cool. So it's not just for looks; it's also functional. But yeah, so the sticker sheet. I'm gonna get some more printed. I need to get that going soon so I can get them shipped out sooner. Probably gonna add like a QR code so that people can, get my links and stuff. So I need to like update my sticker sheet, which is fine. I don't know about that one. But yeah, so I'm gonna get sticker sheets so that people can like buy them on like a store thing. Because I also want to make some hats. I'll also just do some of the fourth wall like hoodies and stuff. Why not? And I also want to get the stickers so I can do some giveaways for the holidays. And maybe even do like a beanie giveaway or something. I doubt we'll have the beanies in time for the holidays though. But stickers I should be able to do. So yeah, I just need to set up my fourth wall account. Yeah, see, I'm not a fan of phone cases. They're just too bulky. And I don't drop my phone that often. This is the first time I've broken a phone, and it's not even broken in a way that matters to me, at least. First time I've done it in like 10 years. I've been caseless the entire time. And here's the thing, the phone that I had at the time was a Windows phone that I broke. That had a case on it anyway. So, like, whatever. Doesn't even matter. Let me get more music going, though. Let's try and pick an album that we don't hear as often. Oh, yeah, yeah. I've definitely seen people with phones where it's like, how do you not cut your fingers swiping on those screens? Like, oh my God. I love this song because it reminds me of that song at the end of Crocodile Dundee. Do you guys know the song I'm talking about? I'll play it for Twitch chat. Just got to make sure I pause this so that we don't get too deep. Yeah, Crocodile Dundee has, like, just such a good classic song. Not the end credits song. Is it the overture? This is not it, but this one's good. Oh, I didn't realize this part was in this. In this one. Okay. All right, so what we need to do is refactor our dashboard page. Overview page. Oh, this is, yeah, this is like the main song. There's like a longer version that's good. And here you go, YouTube chat, just so you can like really enjoy how great the soundtrack to Crocodile Dundee was. Like, oh my god, it's amazing. Oh, this is the ending finale movie to Crocodile Dundee 2. So they add a little crunch to it. It's not very good quality, though. Nope, that's the end credits. This is important, you know? All right, so I'll get rid of that. We will throw this into just a big old comment. Yeah, movies just don't have iconic theme songs like this anymore, really. Okay, so yeah, let's start thinking about what we want on this page. Right, so we do a UI like this. All right, we got the header. We got the sidebar. Man, I really miss Sketch for this. But I should get used to it. So I almost want to have like a section with maybe like a graph. Right, we're going to have like quotas and balances. Right, so we'll have like a title here for quotas. And maybe it's even collapsible. All right, then we have another title for balances. And we just do something like this. So yeah, what we'll end up doing is a loader in the middle. Okay, yeah, back to synthwave. Sorry, I really do love that song. It's so chill. It's just so chill. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to have some more use state. This might be the point at which I want to refactor to React Query as well. Because then we get caching for free. Oh, and I missed a sub. Oh my god. Polymathic man, I hope you're still out there. Jeez. Brain fart. How you doing? I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. One refactor at a time. So yeah, we're not going to do the TanStack query thing yet. And I'd rather get caching set up like at a per business level. What I'm just thinking is like fetching the stats and stuff are they're kind of heavy. But yeah, you're totally right. Like one refactor at a time. That's the right way to go. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry I missed it. My bad. Yeah, thank you for the sub. Damn, you've been following for a bit too. Appreciate you. Yeah, one refactor at a time. Because, yeah, we're in the middle of like a big one, right? Like, it's not even a refactor, it's like a straight up pivot. Getting back on here as a co working strategy. Nice. Thank you. I like it. Yeah, back when you first started following, that was like COVID times. So yeah, like COVID restrictions lifted and you went out and experienced the world. But now, yeah, I like to see people getting back into the co-working thing. Hell yeah. It's good to get a jump on it, get back into the flow before the bird flu thing happens again. Or not again, but before the lockdown thing happens because of bird flu. Still working from home, which you love? Nice. Right, I forgot about that one. Oh god. Yeah, I haven't even heard about that one. The problem with the ones that come out of Africa is they're like the gnarly ones. Like the ones like from the movie Outbreak. Like what was like the big scary ones? Ebola? Nightmare material. Nightmare material. They've got that one under control now though, right? I hope. Right, until it mutates or something. Right. Why is YouTube recommending you this? I mean, do you like programming, Rohit? Do you also like just charismatic individuals yelling in your ear every once in a while? I'm having fun with that one. That was me taking a bit of a liberty. But yeah. How you doing, Rohit? Well, you might be a little disappointed for point number 2, but I think it'll work. So yeah, what type of programming do you do, Rohit? And yeah, for everyone on Twitch who's a little confused, Rohit's over on the YouTube. I should have some way of actually like showing both chats. It's just gonna be so much work to build that out. No, it doesn't. My chatbot's my own chatbot that I built years ago, and then I had a hard drive crash and I lost the source code. I thought I was backing it up to Bitbucket, and I still question whether Bitbucket like messed up in some way and like lost the stuff I was pushing, but I also think I just forgot to push. I lost easily like a year's worth of work. And I just, I was trying to build like a chatbot as a service because there's a really cool feature, right? If I do a smiley face, right, like the colon and the paren, it's, the Twitch emote for the smile. I can replace it with my own smiling face. It's kind of a nice feature. But yeah, monetizing streamers is a really bad business model. So I won't be able to actually like build that one up again until I build something profitable. All right, so quotas, balances. No, it is not in any. Yeah, rebuilding it for a hackathon. Eh, it's just got such a large scope. The combo pop-up is power mode. And yeah, Rohit, what kind of programming do you do? You front end, back end, full stack, data science, DevOps, all of the above, right? Like the fullest stack. Oop, whatever. But it's an H2. All right, so then the no data thing. What's up, Alavo? How you doing? All right, so we do something like that. We'll definitely need to style it. I do need to use the restroom, so give me just a second while I do that. I may want to start getting some class variance authority stuff going. That way I have like branded like welcome stuff. It might make sense to do the class variance authority stuff as its own library that I can import into the web app, right? The dashboard here, as well as like the marketing site. And I don't consider that part of a refactor. That's part of our pivot and part of actually like saving myself effort for both, because I'm going to have to modify and style and do all that stuff. So I think that's important. We've already pivoted the marketing site to being Astro based, so that's good. But yeah, I think I do want to do some like CVA stuff, just for like headings at the bare minimum. Yeah. All right, so let me go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. And what time is it? Oh, it's about 5 o'clock. I think we all know what that means. So yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom, and I will see you in just a second. BRB. Oh, wrong screen. Okay, I am back.
Talk to the hand.
So, here's my thoughts. And yeah, you like that screen? That's a solid screen. People closer to my age would probably recognize what movie that's from. The Money Pit. It's a classic. All right, so we got a choice. Heaven Hill Distillery, right? Or Four Roses Single Barrel. Yeah, it'll just take 2 weeks. Why does everything take 2 weeks? Yeah, Steel Toad remembers. They're both 50 percenters, so I gotta pace myself a bit on them. It's been a long time since I've had the Heaven Hill. And yeah, definitely gonna be pacing myself. Probably just have the one today. You know, it's a weeknight. Get at least something in my belly. I'm getting a little hungry. It's that time of night. All right, so what I'm thinking here is this can act as our like onboarding checklist. So I'll want to make this interactive at some point too. But yeah, first step, let's get the CVA thing going. So if you're not familiar with CVA, it's Class Variance Authority, and it is really powerful for like making it to where you have specific things that you can do. That's a way to think about it. So yeah, polymathic. Basically the idea is think about Vercel. They have bandwidth and network requests as like a quota. And you get X amount of those per like tier. When you are approaching the limit to that tier, Waltr can maybe even like handle sending a message out to somebody to let them know that they're hitting that limit so that you can maybe get them to add to that tier for the rest of the month, and bump that quota up. Or theoretically, you can let the quota go overdrawn and you use that number at the end of the month with a webhook that we send you so that you can bill the client for the extra like overage. So that's a quota. A balance is more like a thing that you top up. So similar, but the main gist is a balance would carry over from month to month, whereas quotas reset. Could we have kept those as the same like entity? Maybe, but I think that would have complicated a lot of things. Right? And I like the idea of like the rule of threes. I don't think those two things are necessarily overlapping. And trying to create an abstraction that makes them overlap would actually dig us into like an abstraction hole that we might not be able to dig out of. Both are things that you spend. Balances you refill, like manually, and quotas reset. So, God, sorry, I got like a hair right in front of my eye. Right? They're like slightly different models. Is it on my beanie? I don't know. Right? And they're slightly different enough that I think it matters. So mainly, like, almost every software as a service has quotas that you use. The balance system is closer to maybe like games that you might play where they have their own internal currency. Or DigitalOcean, where your usage deducts from your balance, but you're not going to be able to like use something that you haven't already paid for. So like balances are basically like a prepaid system. Quotas are typically like a free tier that you would use up a portion of, and then you pay for the overage. Because they have slightly different goals, that's why they're separate models within my system. And I just felt like, yes, there is definitely an overlap with them. Could I have made it to where a little bit of config allows you to like reset the quota or reset the balance or whatever? Maybe. But I just think they're going to diverge even more once I start considering the use case of like balances. You want credits to maybe expire at some point, like the way OpenAI does it. Yes, exactly. I would actually have like an or like next to either one, right? Yeah, for sure. The list is not set. I was even thinking about that before I decided to do the CVA thing first. Yeah, I'm going to add like an or between them or something. I don't know. I haven't decided that styling yet. They'll probably sit within the same like checkbox section though. Not for MVP. In my opinion, handling the money side would be a nice to have, but I still don't think it's necessary for like the product market fit to be like slightly established. The original plan was actually to like integrate with Stripe, PayPal, etc. And I think I massively simplified the MVP. Well, I mean, PCI was going to be like you're using Stripe or PayPal or any of those other providers that handle the PCI part anyway. So that part I wasn't worried about. I was never going to handle the cards myself. I've done PCI before. I've done e-commerce. Like I've set up Magento sites. I've done all that stuff in the past. So yeah, I know how much of a nightmare PCI is. Which is why I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. But I think even then, being a middleman to the payment providers, I just don't think works for my business model yet. I think we can still solve a problem that is worth paying me for in a way that can be simpler to implement and have less liability. The original plan was to be a middleman to the payment providers, though, like Stripe or PayPal or whatever, which is why I thought it was so important to get multi-factor auth going. But then as I've chatted with people over the past couple months, I've kind of refined what I think the MVP for this project is. I do think middlemaning payment providers might be valuable at some point, but it's not something I'm looking to do right now or even for a while. That would be like after the business is already successful, proving out like the original idea. Exactly. Well, I mean, again, like if I'm not touching credit cards, I don't need a compliance team. Right? If I'm not touching the payment cards in any way, I don't need a compliance team. And that would all go through Stripe, PayPal, whatever, right? They totally obfuscate the need for doing all that. Oh, what's up, coffee and coding? I mean, coffee and coding. See the part they highlighted? Just saying. It's a naive system. But it works. It's not just the word head. Head works, like you were able to use the word head just now. But it's the combination with another word that becomes a little suspect. Yes, I have had set up in-app payments on mobile. Yeah, for sure. I ended up building... So, have you guys heard of Calm? It's like the meditation app or whatever. I worked for a company, or not worked for a company. I worked for an agency, and one of our clients had their own version of Calm, basically. So, yeah, if you're not familiar with Calm, it's basically you subscribe to it and you get access to these, like, meditation, like, audio tracks. and Calm does it really well where there's like a visual aspect to it as well. This company was just some crazy old lady basically giving you like affirmations with weird, you know, like pseudo new wave music in the back. Like new age, sorry, not new wave. It was so bullshitty, and they were one of the worst clients I've ever had. Or ever worked with, I should say. They even had a meditation for dogs. New Wave would have been way better. Yeah. New Wave would have been great. New Age, though, like, no, it was just bad. So yeah, like I ended up building one of those apps. Yeah, one of those, like, yeah, they're bullshit. They're total bullshit. No offense. If you like them, if you use one, keep using it. Keep using it. It's fine. But this one was like so bullshitty. Like so bullshitty. No, I'm saying just to anyone out there. You don't have to, Rashid. I'm just pointing out, if anyone does, go for it. It's fine. But yeah, like just so bullshitty. I forget the name of it. Probably shouldn't say for doxing reasons anyway. But yeah, no, they were terrible. Just one of the worst clients I've ever worked with. It was a Cordova app, but it had to use like the native payment system. So it used a wrapper around native payments, but it was still basically the same idea. Still had to set it all up through the app stores. It was also a terrible idea to use Cordova for an audio-focused app. React Native would have been way better. Problem is, that client told us that they had a previous contractor they used that, like, you know, totally built out the web app already, and it totally works, and, like, you can just use the APIs that they built. And I went and looked at it, and no, we couldn't use the APIs that they built. We couldn't use anything they built. Like, that right there should have invalidated the contract. But I had a project manager that was spineless. So he wouldn't call them to task. He wouldn't bring it up to our bosses and tell them that this was not a client worth having. It was a fixed bid contract. That right there blew up the budget. The fact that the things they said they had, they didn't actually have. So yeah, we made some assumptions ahead of time that they had this stuff and we were going to reuse some of the stuff they built, and it turns out they didn't. But we were already stuck with, I think it was Ionic that we were using. But like old Ionic, like Cordova-based Ionic, not capacitor-based Ionic. And it was just a bad experience. It was pretty terrible. Like for audio. For certain things, Cordova's fine. But if you need anything with native-like functionality, Cordova just isn't it. And audio is native-like. You don't want to be using web technology on an iOS device for audio. Yeah, it was bad. Like that right there caused so many issues. Yeah. But whatever. Shit happens. What's up, Crow? How you doing? Are you using raw Cordova or like a plugin wrapped around it? Like, were you using Ionic or, okay, capacitor? So capacitor is not Cordova. That might be your biggest problem. Capacitor is not Cordova. So Ionic in-app purchases, I'm almost willing to bet there's a separate specific in-app purchase like library you should be using. Oh, don't. Damn. No, it is Cordova? Oh, run away. Run away. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's really bad. Oh, no. F's in chat for Rashid. We barely knew ye. Oh, that's such a bummer, dude. I'm so sorry. Yeah, dude. Oh, that's a nightmare. Yeah. Uh. There you go. Add some U's, right? A big old FU, multiple F's, multiple U's to the client that maybe required you to do that. No, no, no. If you're using Cordova, this is how you, like, if you're using capacitor, it seems this is the only way to do that. So now it makes sense why Ionic got bought and gutted their entire team. Because it was just a bad system. Sorry, Mike Hardington. You don't work there anymore. You don't have to defend how terrible it is. Dude, Cordova's just terrible. So hold on. Crow, have I been a JS developer most of my career? I started out with PHP, doing WordPress and Magento sites for like freelance clients. I quickly started pivoting to wanting to do front-end applications and building my own using Meteor, and I tried Angular 1.1 at one point, and that was terrible. That was a bad idea. I did some Ember stuff, all like side projects. And then the first company that I actually got a job at, they hired me on. The initial project was a WordPress project, but they hired me specifically because they were getting more and more clients to build JavaScript applications, right? So then the first big project, besides like the WordPress site I did for them, like for a client that they needed within a week, the first big project was an Angular 1.3 application. The API for that Angular 1.3 application was Laravel. I never did Laravel in a large capacity. So because I was the front end person for that project, we had a back end person, but the back end person wasn't very good. They were outsourced. I'm not saying outsourcing is always bad, but this was a bad outsourced developer, right? And when I say outsourced, I mean like overseas. I don't want to say where from because it gets toxic really quick when you start to mention that. There are plenty of really good devs from the place they were from, but this dev just wasn't one of them. So basically, yeah, they built out the back end, but they couldn't figure out how to do OAuth, so I had to jump in and solve the OAuth layer for them. That was the only back end work I really had to do for that project, though. When I was doing PHP and building APIs for my own side projects, I was using Symfony directly. And this is at least back when Laravel was consuming Symfony components. Right? Like the HTTP requests and responses and a bunch of that other stuff. What's Magento like? Totally different than it was back in the day. So back in the day, Magento 1.x was a thing. It was big, it was heavy, it was complicated to learn. But once you understood it, it made certain things really easy. Like the way that you could do holiday theming for Magento. Yeah, with a G, sure. The way you could do holiday theming for Magento is miles above like the child theme process for WordPress or whatever, right? Like, sure, it's heavy. You got to learn how to work with it. It's not as performant until you like compile things and get your caching set up right. But once you do that, like, dude, I had Magento sites that would respond quicker than most people's WordPress sites because I understood how to set things up. I understood how to set up a VPS, like all that stuff. If you used some BS hosting provider, like I'm trying to remember their name now, like SiteGround, right? They advertise that they specialize in Magento hosting, at least back in the day. Terrible. I migrated them to a VPS and woo, lightning fast. So yeah, like I've been on like the self-hosting train for ages. Like I know how to set up a VPS. It's not a problem, right? You put in some effort, you're good to go. What advice can I give to someone still learning JavaScript? Just recognize that you're always going to be learning. There's no such thing as shortcuts. If a shortcut is discovered, it just becomes the way. You'll never feel like an expert. The moment you feel like an expert, you're probably fucking up. You'll never be done learning. The moment you stop thinking that you need to learn, that's when you become one of those devs that no one wants to work with. So I disagree with that, Omar. I completely disagree with that statement. Nah, I'm sorry. Frameworks give you a bunch of like boxes to fill in, right? If you're learning the language, but you want to build something, you're going to create your own terrible framework instead. And most people learn better by building something than they do following some BS tutorials. You'll end up in tutorial hell real quick. Instead, use a framework, build something, and you can fill in the gaps that the framework is hiding away from you afterwards. But being able to build an application, there's common patterns that you'll have forever. Routing, right? Like the component model, like all that shit for building an application using a framework. You don't want to figure that out on your own from scratch. That's a terrible experience. That's the worst. It's going to establish really bad habits. Using a framework helps you concentrate on the logic you care about. The logic you care about is how you get something into a page. You don't need to worry about building your own fucking router. Ugh, that would be terrible, right? Use a framework that has a router, that has some of that stuff, and then fill in the gaps. I recommend, so here's the thing, Omar. I recommend he learns the fundamentals of programming, but not focusing too much on the language. So what I mean there is, yeah, focus on the fundamentals of maybe learning how to do a loop, learning how to, like, you know, how if-else statements and switches and all that stuff work. Absolutely. I mean, Omar, if you're relying on document.querySelector, you're probably already fucking up because you're not writing declarative code, you're writing procedural code. There are very few use cases where declarative code uses document.querySelector. You have to be very, very aware of how to structure an application to make sure that you're not doing really bad query selector logic. And you can learn that pattern for building an application from using a framework. I don't think query selector is actually as important. I haven't had to use query selector for anything on the job in fucking ages. Like, dude. Ages. Because you can use a framework that is declarative, and then you're just worrying about your logic. Query selector forces you into this very much like step-by-step procedural pattern. Yeah, query selectors are for like quick scripts. They're not for application building. And I'm just going to point out, like, quick scripts and non-application level dev, those are some of the worst jobs. You're going to be doing WordPress for the rest of your life if you don't really get into the app building process. I'd say expose yourself to building apps for sure. So, Crow, you're maybe misunderstanding the difference that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about procedural versus functional. I'm talking about procedural versus declarative. There's a big difference. With procedural logic, the order in which you do things matters. And you'll be writing procedural logic in all sorts of places, right? But if you really break down a React component, sure, there is procedure to some of these things, but a use effect is its own special, like, chunk. You are declaring what happens when that effect, or when the things that effect depends on, change. That is a declarative aspect of doing that. Right? Declarative logic is easier to reason about because it simply reacts and does something based upon the state that it's given. So yes, functional does tie into that a little bit, but you can write declarative logic in languages that are not functional, in frameworks that are not functional. Angular, at least up until recently, was not functional, right? It was very much state-based and class-based, but the rendering logic is declarative. So when we're talking about rendering logic, a declarative template is so much easier to reason about than the procedural build this thing based upon some state and create this element and blah, 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 right? The procedural version of templating would be document.createElement for every single thing. And that shit sucks. Like, I have reached for document.createElement from time to time, but you need to understand when it's actually necessary versus reaching for it all the time. So Todd, I don't know. There's a big thing there, right? And I'm not sure which way you're like pointing that out, but if you're building out your DOM using document.createElement, you are probably making something really, really not accessible. Whereas at least if you have a renderable template that is declaratively rendered based upon state and your default state is sensible, then you have something that is at least like statically renderable at that point. And hold on, Omar, let me double check this. If someone wants to access geolocation, mic, webcams, implement push, deal with promises, all that is the language, not the framework. In your opinion, you don't think someone should focus on learning React if they don't know the principle of promises. I think you can focus on building a React application, and figuring out promises will be part of that process anyway. You don't need to learn promises ahead of time because they're not going to make sense without context. Building an application gives you that context. Most people learn by applying concepts to something. Most people don't actually learn very well by learning the concepts first before they even get applied. As an example, if you want to learn Rust, I don't recommend reading through the Rust book immediately, right? Have an application you want to build, hopefully that you've already built in another language, and rebuild it in Rust, and then you can just Google for the stuff that you care about, and you'll slowly figure it out. And then eventually, once you've gotten that context, going back and rereading the book, or reading the book, will help. But you'll end up getting bits and snippets from the Rust book as you Google for things that you need to solve anyway. The Primogen does the exact same process. That's how he learned Rust. He didn't read the book and then build an application. He just tried to build an application and then he read the book. We disagree on a whole bunch of things all the time, like typing speed and blah, 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 and a whole bunch of stuff. We agree on a whole bunch, and this is one of those things we agree on. Build first and then read the book, because without context, concepts don't matter. You can read about the borrow checker and clone versus copy all you want, but until you've actually tried to use them, it's meaningless. You're going to have to go back and reread that stuff anyway. Let me get more music going. So hold on, Nader. You do whatever you want. I don't like the idea of treating anything like that as a crutch, and it does sound like you might. Whatever conditions you have or don't have, they're not a reason for anything. It's just a thing you have to deal with to do things. The only way to be successful is to have things that you do to cope, right? You need coping mechanisms for it. Blaming it isn't a coping mechanism. It's just an excuse. Excuses don't help. Oh, yeah, no, I think capacitor is garbage. If to use capacitor, you need to use a Cordova plugin, nah, it's garbage. Yep, no, it deserves to be buried. Just remember, we're not trying to get on anyone's case, right? We all got shit. We all got stuff that makes whatever we're trying to do harder than it could be. But you know what? Knowing it doesn't actually help you. In fact, I push back on people even getting diagnosed. Whether you got it or you don't, who cares? You're going to have to deal with it anyway. Maybe the medication helps, sure. You're still going to need coping mechanisms. I'd say build those coping mechanisms. You'll realize eventually that those coping mechanisms make you actually better suited for a whole bunch of stuff, even after you get the medication to help. Right? With the coping mechanisms might get you to where someone without needing them might be. But then with medication and the coping mechanisms, you're a fucking superhero. I'm just saying you did cite it as the very first piece of that long paragraph you typed. It does sound like you do blame it a bit. You at least identify as it. You can disagree all you want, but I'm just using your words. Yeah, Todd. So I just push back. Anything Cordova based is garbage. It's a really, really bad pattern. And it's not Cordova's fault. It's Apple's fault. It is 100% Apple's fault that Cordova is a shitty experience as a dev. But it doesn't change the fact that it's a shitty experience as a dev. So yeah, anything Cordova based or anything that relies on anything Cordova, throw it away, burn it with fire. I think it's a good thing OutSystems is burying Cordova or burying Ionic. No offense, right? Here's my question. I would love to chat with Mike Hardington now that he's no longer there and get his actual opinion, not the one that he had to present to the world because he was getting paid by a company that was, paying his bills. I would love to hear his actual opinion. Oh, you've actually chatted with him since? Okay. Is he still a fan? I'm calling it right now. Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, see? That's what I thought. Yeah, see, I don't know. I haven't chatted with him about it. Oh, Rashid, no, like, you just kind of got to do it. I would say Cordova plugin purchase is probably worth your time. Right? Like, making money versus not making money, you should probably try to make some money. So hold on, Nader. Your condition doesn't even need to dictate whether watching videos is worth it. I hate watching videos. I don't watch anybody's videos. I don't watch YouTube videos for learning or basically even content. I'd rather read a blog post. So, Raimu, Cordova is a JavaScript framework or library to interface with the native APIs of the platforms of Apple and Android. It is somewhat similar to React Native, but very different in terms of rendering, etc. If you want to do audio stuff with Cordova, you're still using like the native HTML elements for audio. So HTML audio elements, etc. On Apple, the web view is the way that Cordova surfaces those elements to the user. That web view is a massively neutered version of the browser. Massively neutered. Yeah, it is WebKit. WebKit is basically the JavaScript engine, not just the entire web view. But basically, Apple has neutered and throttled that web view to promote native app development for over a decade. Because web views could somewhat escape their walled garden. It's why progressive web apps have never taken off. Because Apple has a vested interest in them not taking off. I'm a bit loud. I'm yelling at you? Yeah, sorry. My bad. I can chill. Oh, you're saying maybe the music? No, you're right. It totally is. We had it turned up from when we were playing the Crocodile Dundee song. So yeah, that's my bad. No, that's fine, Raimu. Like, totally fine, man. Like, yeah. I wasn't trying to, like, say how dare you. Oh, yeah, Todd, exactly. Like, we're definitely thinking about the same thing. Setting up payments still has to go through the entire, like, Apple infrastructure. So you're still going to have to do that. No, Raimu, there's nothing you can do to help it because it's a top-down directive to keep them milking their golden goose. Do geese get milked? I don't know if I would drink goose milk. You never know till you try, but no thank you. And no, geese are not mammals, so yeah, they don't produce, they don't have mammary glands, right? That's where mammal comes from. So yeah, geese don't have milk. So yeah, you can't milk a goose. Take that, Fokker. So yeah, real quick, Nader, thank you for the follow, appreciate you, and Sanddog, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But yeah, no, Raimu, it's fine. Like, yeah. It's just one of those things. But yeah, Apple definitely takes the major part of the blame for Ionic not being as good as it could be. But yeah, no, I would just say, Rashid, I don't know what error or issue you're running into. But I would guess that you would still run into issues anyway, because it's just a not great system. Like, what is the issue you're running into right now? How about that? And I will continue, but I need to get CVA going, and we're going to do that in a custom folder. Yeah, no worries, Todd. Have a good one. Sorry, Brian. This is really not like a help stream. I understand that, Rashid. Raimu, he's trying to ask someone to translate me for him. So, Brian, no. We're not going to help you with your homework. But it's due tomorrow. I don't care. I don't give a shit. All right, so we're going to add CVA. We're going to do it inside of a folder. All right, so we're going to add class variance authority. So that shouldn't be a big deal. Like, yeah, I'd say Todd, that's probably a good call. There's no way in hell I'm the only person they found. Come on. No, it's very trolly. There's an entire category. No, I'd say the timeout's fine. Yeah, no, you're good. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate that. It does. But again, like, they don't speak English, so, like, we can't even communicate with them. So, like, I don't know, man. And yeah, they write English, like, so well. Yeah, that's tricky, too. Like, it just sounds, yeah, it sounds almost just trolly. Like, I don't know what they'd be expecting. But they could be typing it into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT might be good at translation. So, you know, little bit of the benefit of the doubt. The smallest bit. Interesting. So I like how they have this little, like, frequently asked question right there. Hmm. Yeah, exactly, Todd. Yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch of those. And I think that's one of the things that LLMs are actually quite good at. And yeah, Keegan liked the Biden tweet too. I thought that was a solid tweet. I'm surprised it didn't go bigger, but is it any wonder that, like, Elon Musk's fucking platform buries anything related to that stuff? So based upon the news that happened today of the shooter getting identified and caught, my tweet was, Biden has the chance to do the funniest thing. Theoretically. Yes. Yeah, like a pardon. Yep. Yeah, Adam McDonald's. Yep. Some of this stuff seems a little too convenient, but I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? You know as much as I do at this point. I told you all I know. There's still speculation. There's still reasonable doubt. There's still a bunch of bullshit. The 3D model, yeah, that one's also like an all-time tweet too. That one's solid. I'm really proud of the 3D model tweet. I'm going to show that one. Because, yeah, I want to spread nightmares. Right? Call me Freddy Krueger. I'm just not logged into Blue Sky, and I don't remember the password, so, yeah. But, yeah, here you go. Jesus. Oh, dude. Straight up nightmare material. "3D CM Griffin can't hurt you." I know, right? Like, dude. AI generated 3D CM Griffin can't hurt you. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like the body is staying still and the head's just rotating that way. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Lawnmower Man vibes. Yes. Yes, Lawnmower Man vibes for sure. Well, that's the thing, Polymathic. He can do the pardon based upon like when the crime was committed, not when the charges are brought. The problem is that it doesn't solve for state crimes, though. As far as I understood it, I thought murder was a federal crime, like a felony, but there are state-level felonies as well. Is it New York State? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, the pardon wouldn't actually do anything then. Unless he appeals it to a higher court. If the New York State of Appeals like court decides that it should become a national crime, then it could do it. Would it? I guess so, huh? Yeah, I don't know enough about like the state versus federal system. See, I was always of the impression that any felony was a federal crime. But I guess that's not the case. Oh, interesting. Okay. Wait, what about Mario and Wario? Oh, that's right. Yeah, 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 yeah. It would have to be on like Forest Service land or something. Yeah, touche. That's a good call. Oh, there you go, Todd. Yeah, yeah, I get it. I get it. No, no, we knew what you want. We knew what you meant. Yeah, yeah. The thing about spelling is like as long as your intent is known, it's not worth calling someone out for it. Unless like you just didn't know. Like you already realized that like you misspelled it, so like it's fine. You can Google it. Only time I'll do like really call someone out for it is if I had no idea what they actually meant or if it seems like they don't even know. Because there are plenty of words out there where someone doesn't actually know that they're wrong, and it might be worth correcting them into the future. It's like letting someone know they got a booger hanging out their nose. Hey, man, just wipe that. Or like they got some schmutz on their face or some shit, right? Just letting them know that. Like, hey, that's fine, right? Like, let them know. That way, they're not losing face in the future, too. Or beyond just the moment. Right? For me, yeah, I don't care if you got some schmutz on your face. But you know what? I can let you know you got some schmutz on your face so that you're not doing that in front of someone else, too. So yeah, there's definitely some times where, like, if someone misuses the word compliment, right? Depending on context, right? Is it compliment with the E or compliment with the I? It really does depend on context. And when someone uses that in the wrong context, I might just let them know. Because that seems like a thing that could persist. Right? It's not just here in the moment. I knew what you meant. But just in case, I can let you know for the future too. Affect versus effect. Exactly. Yes. Yep. And I mix that one up all the time, so shit. Like, dude, that one still gets me. I usually get it right, but not every time. Usually. Oh, JavaScript-wise, splice versus slice, I gotta look it up every single time. I'm getting better, but holy shit, man. Call versus apply. Someone taught me a mnemonic, so I actually remember now. But I had an interview at one point where someone gave me a call versus apply thing. And, oh, man, dude. Oh, fuck you. Like, This was like a pre-screen for a Facebook interview. I guess I just don't want to work at Facebook, you know? They actually gave a shit about the difference between call and apply. Nah. And I will still just put my foot down and say, like, no, I just don't want the job if that's something you're asking me in the interview. Oh, that's one of the questions here in person chatting? I'm out. Right? Do like the Las Vegas like blackjack dealer thing, like, nothing up my sleeve. I'm out later. Nope, no thank you. Yeah, no worries, Insanities. Yeah, you're welcome for the nightmares. I'm basically CM Griffin Kruger at this point. Shreddy Kruger. Oh, right? Because I'm a snowboarder. Shreddy Kruger. And hold on. So that's still not actually the exact definition there, polymathic. That is not actually the direct definition. Right? Like a visual effect is still E, not A. Right? Effects within a film are still E, not A. So it's not the difference between the noun, like, and the way they're used. Yeah, I know. Like, it gets really tricky. Affect is the thing that happens to you based upon emotion. Whereas anything visual is still an effect. No, wrong still, because you can affect change, and that is still E. To affect change is still E. How you were affected by something is A, but to affect change is E. So yeah, affect is basically based upon emotion rather than like physical or real. Yeah, like it's really it like affect versus effect is probably the most confusing version of those. Right? Of those like, well, is it A or B? I'd say affect and effect are still like the most confusing version. Um Hold on. There's definitely one that's my favorite. I'm trying to remember it specifically. It's like shit. Hold on. It's like one is like the physical distance and one is a figurative distance. Farther and further. There you go. Thank you. Insanities. Yes. Farther is anything that relates to a physical distance. Further is a figurative distance. So to further one's own goals, that's figurative. But man, I threw that farther than you. That's actually my favorite one of those. Yeah, good call, Insanities. Yeah, thank you. I don't know why my brain was blanking on the actual words, but I knew it had to do with distance. Yeah. We got there together. Good work, team. Well, I mean, your goal could be moved farther along if it's a physical distance. But your goal would be moved further along if it's not a physical distance. Nope. Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, that's one of the trickiest ones. Yeah. Like, yeah, the goalposts are farther away in sports. But when someone is moving the goalposts in an argument, they are further away. You're welcome. I'm pretty sure we just created some new pet peeves for some people. Now they're going to hear people use them wrong and lose their shit. You're welcome. CM Griffin, creating new neuroses every day. Damn insanities. I like that. Dude, It's and It's is the one that like breaks the rule though, right? That one is so easy to mistake. Like I would never actually get on anyone's case about that one, right? Because apostrophe means possession, except for the case of It's and It's. Like, oh my god, dude, like it breaks the rule about apostrophes. Like it breaks the fucking rule, man. Ooh, all right. So yeah, here you go, Crow. In JavaScript, when you want to call a function with arguments or apply a function with arguments, the way you apply those arguments or call those arguments is different in that call is a comma-separated list of arguments and apply is an array of arguments. the C for comma, the A for array. I actually wanted to make it a point to never know the difference, and someone told me that mnemonic, and now I can never forget it. Now I can never forget it. I'm upset about that. I'm going to have to I'm going to have to get a couple concussions snowboarding before I can forget that one. Damn, I haven't seen this dude in person for ages at any meetups that I don't even remember their name. So I was able to forget their name before I could forget the call versus apply bullshit because of the mnemonic they told me. Is it James? Sean? Jason? Eric? I feel like it's a generic-ish name, which is why it's easy to forget. Could even be Chris. I don't fucking know, right? It's definitely a generic name that's easy to forget, though. Fuck. Nah, it's gone. Yep. That's the thing that happens when you haven't seen someone for like 6 years. No, the mnemonic will never get lost. And I realized the reason I said John might be their name is because the movie Johnny Mnemonic. I don't think John's their name. I'm pretty sure John is not their name. No, I'm terrible at names. Yeah. Like, I'll never remember it until I hear someone else say it. That's how dudes work in general, right? You'd be friends with someone for a month and still not know their name until you hear someone else say it. I got it. Sam. His name's Sam. We got there. I don't know what triggered it. I don't know what happened, but we got there. His name is Sam. He's fucking brilliant. He's really good at what he does. He used to be the main organizer of Bellevue JS. I'll never remember his last name. Oh my god. But yeah, no, Sam. Super cool dude. Like, really awesome dude. I got there. Yes. But yeah, Sam. Really great dude. Where am I in meat space? I'm in Seattle. Oh, and hold on. How's my goose? Is it straight? Shit. Is my goose upside down? I think we're good, right? That's got to be the pipe in his mouth. Oh shit, you're up in Linwood? Just so you know, Seattle JS is doing their like holiday party. It's good now? Okay, cool. Yeah, Seattle JS Hollywood party, or not Hollywood, holiday party is happening on Wednesday. Yeah, if you ever want to chat and hang out, like, it's a good time. No stress. But yeah, Seattle JS is like the one meetup that is actually like solid and going every month. And, you know, it's because of like the organizers killing it. But I try and go every chance I can. I didn't go last month because I was I had just gotten back from traveling, and I wanted to make sure I played some Baldur's Gate 3 with my friends. We moved that game night to Thursdays. Now I can make every single Seattle JS at this point, unless I'm out of town. Oh, you used to run the Seattle DevOps meetups. Okay. I don't know if I made it to that one. I used to go to the Go meetup, though, and there was a lot of like DevOps-y focused stuff for that one. I feel like I probably went to the DevOps one, too. I used to help co-organize the Seattle Angular meetup. When I say co-organize, I didn't do shit. But one of my good friends, Bedtime Bear, and some of the other organizers just tapped me to help out. Oh, I've definitely been to an event at Moe's back in the day. We may have even met, Polymathic. I've definitely been to some of the Moe's events. Maybe White Pages, but I think at least one. Yeah, I feel like Moe's was good. It shared the same building with like Avalara, right? Or Avalara? Or Avalara? I feel like Moe's and Avalara were in the same building, but I may have mixed those up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that was a good time. Dude, I'm just waiting on pins and needles for the Seattle meetup scene to get back to where it was. Dude, that shit was so good pre-COVID. I feel like San Fran is back where it was, but Seattle is still catching up. But yeah, man. Yeah, I'd love to just to hang out and chat anytime you make it to Seattle JS. If you don't make it this week, that's fine. I know it's short notice, but yeah, I go pretty much every month. See, here's the thing. I still don't feel in any way unsafe in any part of downtown. Like, I've walked around San Fran late at night. I've walked around a bunch of cities that are unsafe late at night. The only one where I felt the least safe was New York, but only because I was at a hotel that was, like, on the same block as the strip club. Yeah, like, there was one single moment where I was like, oh shit, if I had to walk any further, I might have gotten mugged. Obviously, Crow, yeah, I was closing that shit down. This wasn't this year, this was last year. Janhua can totally, like, speak to it. Yeah, I was closing that shit down. I still got, like, the VIP tickets to Rick's. I got 2 of these motherfuckers. I got 2 of these fucking, like, Rick's VIP, like, you don't have to pay the admission tickets. You know? I didn't even need them at one point. Right? The security guy was like, oh, no, that's Chris. He's good. By the 3rd night, yeah, I didn't even need them. I'm not even kidding. I am not kidding whatsoever. Oh, no, that's Chris. He's good. Like, dude, that shit was great. Closed that shit down every night I was there. Now, keep in mind, that's not that crazy. Yes, the place closes at 5 a.m. That's only 2 a.m. for me because I'm from the West Coast. You know? I can hang out till 2 a.m. any night of the week, you know? We're talking about how I basically became a regular at a strip club in New York for like 5 days. Rick's. And it's like, yeah, Rick's is like a chain, so it's not even like the best one, but it was the one that was on the block that my hotel was. So I could go there and then stumble home or stumble to the hotel and be totally good until I like fall into the radiator. And I might even have a scar on my back because of it. I don't know. I can't see back there. Like the first night I was there, Jianhua was also like crashing on like the rollout bed or whatever. And I like roll in and I like fall like loudly into the AC unit. And he's like, dude, are you okay? I'm like, I'm fine. Whatever. Nah, there was totally like, a bit of blood on the mattress the next day. It's right there in Koreatown. And Koreatown has some really good like 24-hour food joints. So yeah, I mean, if I go back to New York again, I'll probably like, besides when I'm only there for like a day, I will absolutely get that like Koreatown same hotel. And yeah, Kazanao, yeah, I know. We're in like a bit of like a chat and hangout session right now. If you have any like questions on like the product we're building or the stuff that I'm massively procrastinating right now, just let me know. This is the dude, huh? Not much code. Only 10 repos? Huh. Interesting. So, Keegan, what am I building? I'm building a software as a service for software as a service. And Kazanao over on the YouTube, this description is for you as well. Pretty much every software as a service or SaaS, which I'm going to say from now on, pretty much every SaaS that you've ever used has some kind of like quota that they need to manage and deal with. If you consider Vercel, right? Bandwidth and requests and all sorts of other stuff is a quota that they need to manage, and building out their reporting and like the record keeping for all that stuff is then infrastructure that they have to maintain. Now, Vercel is probably not a potential customer, but anyone trying to spin up their own hosting service might be a potential customer. At the end of the day, infrastructure as a service or software as a service is a muddied water, because any IaaS is still going to have the software part of what they do. Right? You're not going to tell me the dashboard for Vercel is not software, right? So at the end of the day, it's still the same problem. Managing that infrastructure is still software. But the main idea is, yes, you have the quota system for pretty much every single software as a service ever, right? Ever made. But then consider maybe that there's the ideas of like League of Legends. You got the blue crystals and the red crystals as far as like internal currency or virtual currency for their system. Right? At that point, they got to manage that. They got to build out that. Like, they got to do that whole thing. League of Legends and all that stuff is not a potential customer, but anyone trying to spin up something similar is. So the main difference is balance management is you would pay in some money and get X amount of whatever internal currency there is. Virtual currency, whatever. And then as you purchase things from the internal or virtual marketplace, you deduct from that balance. And then bam, you're good to go. You could consider that DigitalOcean is the same exact thing, where you spend $20, you get $20 worth of credits, and as you spin up and tear down and destroy like nodes or droplets within that system, you deduct from that balance. I am aiming to solve all of these problems, even the DigitalOcean one with usage-based billing. The entire idea spawned from, could I turn the DigitalOcean usage-based billing into a SaaS that other companies could use? And then I have broadened it to be quota-based as well. Does that help? I really think this idea has legs. If I can build it out, get a customer base, and get a product market fit, I think there is a massive chance for VC investment into this. Massive chance. I'll need to find a co-founder eventually to actually get a VC to like consider me seriously. But if I can build up revenue before then, right? As long as I'm getting revenue, I bet there are VCs that would consider a solo founder as well. Yeah, no worries, Polymathic. Yep. Yeah, it's at 6 p.m. We got a little bit of time. Yes, a co-founder is massively important for VC funding. The reason that it's important is that a single person can burn out really easily and quickly. Two people, at least one of them, will keep things going. And typically, like, they can feed off each other to keep the business going. VCs massively, massively incentivize multiple founder situations. Right? Consider Jamie Pine. I don't think he has a co-founder. And from people I know that have known him personally for years, they know that he likes to just focus on a thing for a bit and then lose interest. There's actually a major liability when a VC fund is considering it. He's already like a second-time founder, so he's got a little bit of leeway that way. But a lot of, like, he is very, like, lucky and also very smart that he got funding in, like, the zero interest rate phenomenon era for both of his startups. For the one that failed, Notify, and for the one that I really hope succeeds, Space Drive. Both of those things are massively zero interest rate phenomenon. I think the second one, less so because he was already invested in previously. And a failed startup, as long as you didn't fuck over investors, is actually still looked at as beneficial. Right? It's experience. It's better than someone who hasn't done a startup, for sure. So that's the thing, Keegan. As of, using my totally bullshit, fake VC empathy hat. It's the same hat right now, whatever, right? If you don't have a reason for VC funding, there's no way in hell I'd invest. The reason for VC funding is to scale massively, very quickly. If you don't have a reason for that and you don't have like a case to make for that, you're not going to get any investors anyway. Hold on. Allow. Well, that's the thing, Keegan. Like, no, like, there's an aspect of, yes, you burnt their money. But when you're looking at VC, if the money they gave you is $2 million, they have already written that off as part of the, like, the money they wouldn't have made anyway, right? They have to take a lot of bets for the good ones to pay off. A failed bet is not getting fucked over. Getting fucked over is taking the money and running. It is not doing good, like, due diligence and conversations and all that, right? VCs know that most startups fail. Exactly, Code Drift. The way you fuck over VCs is not playing the game. Taking a $500 salary as a founder. Right? Like not going to board meetings. All that stuff. If you play the game, you're good. Because most startups fail anyway. VCs are playing the numbers game, which is why they want you to scale up as quickly as possible, because they want you to fail quicker. Because then it's just another thing they don't have to fund anymore. You tried, you did your thing, and you're good. Whatever. Yes, exactly. Yeah. VC typically funds like things that they think they can 100x. Doesn't mean you can, but it means that you convince someone you can. And just because you don't succeed in doing so doesn't mean that you like truly failed. Because truly failing would be not even trying. You're going to be the next Tagoober. Yeah, like sometimes like failure of a startup isn't just you failing, right? Isn't even like related to you failing. It's timing, it's the market, it's all sorts of shit. Right? There is so much out there in like the formula of what makes a successful or unsuccessful startup that like, yeah, you could have had the right idea at the right time and still failed because of bad leadership. Or you could have had great leadership and a great idea, but the wrong timing and you still fail, right? You need every single thing to go right for a startup to be the 100x that they're looking for. You know? It's a numbers game. Yes, Code Drift is a startup founder. Yeah, create as many like opportunities, meet and chat with as many VCs, and like be cool, right? Like I'm not saying like use them and like oh my god, like yeah, you got all these levers you can pull like bullshit wise, but no, it's like make legitimate friends and chat with people and be genuine. And you can like, maybe you fail this time. Maybe next time you make it. Failing once is still experience you can use to be better the next time. Whereas someone who's never even failed doesn't even have like the experience to know if they're on the right track now, It's why the guy from WeWork is actually still investable. Yeah, sure, his company failed, but he had big ideas. He had like thoughts. They just didn't work out at the time, mainly due to like economic factors like COVID. That WeWork guy is actually still massively investable. And yeah, hold on. I'll let you guys work that out. Let me just go pee real quick. BRB. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry. So Keegan, the key is like 0 to like the first sale or the first like couple customers that actually prove your idea. That's called product market fit, right? PMF. It's the number one thing. And most businesses, most startups don't even get to that 0.1 of finding customers that actually give a shit enough to use the product. It's why Y Combinator is so impactful, because if you make something that other Y Combinator companies can use, it's huge, right? Which is why what I'm building, holy shitballs, dude, I think I am like a massive, massive use case for a Y Combinator cohort. I feel like I can get a product market fit from just talking to the other people in my cohort and getting them to use the product. Now, still, I'd rather bootstrap because I'm going to try and do the solo founder thing. So if I can find some customers before that, then I could probably apply to Y Combinator as a solo founder and call it good. I don't know for sure. I have no fucking idea. No clue. No clue. But I can try. So, Keegan, that's going to entirely depend on the product. Right? We can't know more without knowing more about the product. Sorry for the burp. Right? For a thing like Facebook, users is more important than paying customers like AdWise, because users gets AdWise customers, you know? So it depends on your model, like your monetization, etc. In my opinion, I don't know. I'm purely speculating. I'm not any expert. By talking about this stuff, I'm hopefully getting a little bit better at understanding it, and I don't know. I would consider Code Drift way more experienced than me. But I get to chat with people about this stuff every other day, there's got to be some value in that, right? I don't know. The proof is in the pudding. I just love building stuff. I really, really, really love building stuff. Yeah, you guys should totally connect. If you have another Discord you want to shout out, Code Drift, like even your own or whatever. Yeah, 1 second. Let me make sure you got regular stuff. Yeah, if you have your own Discord you want to shout out, go for it. If you want to connect via my Discord, that's fine too. Like, do whatever you want. No problem. Oh, Xdism's just amazing. Yeah, for sure, dude. Xdism's so good. I love their product. The funniest thing to me is that I gave a talk at SwiggleConf, and my talk was like, hey, like, yeah, build a plugin system. Here's the tool to do it, Xdism, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, the end of my talk was basically like, but just recognize there is more to, like, plugin systems than just building the plugins or building the APIs for people to use. Right? You're going to need a marketplace for discoverability. You're going to need, like, support and blah, blah, blah. And, like, I shouted out all these things, and then it turns out that Xdism, or the company behind Xdism, is actually building out a system for that stuff too, which is kind of crazy. Like, kind of crazy. Like, yeah. So at the Xdism event or whatever, like, dude even said, like, yeah, it's kind of crazy that you, like, predicted a product we were already building. Like, wow. So yeah, like, I don't know. I feel really good about that. I feel like my sense for some of these things is pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, an album by Stallone Jones. This dude kills it. Let's check out this new album. Might be something I buy. Oh, wait. Have I listened to it already? Could be good. We'll check it out. We'll see. But yeah, you ended up streaming one day a week just to get over the introversion, an idea you never talk about. Sure. Okay. Yeah, no, I get that. Easier to get users than it is to get followers on your Twitter. Ooh, I mean, my life hack for getting followers on my Twitter was streaming on Twitch. I didn't even start tweeting until like 2020, but by like, I started streaming in 2018, and by 2020, I already had like 2,000 followers just because I listed it right here on stream. So, Keegan, there you go. Just start streaming, man. Just start streaming, man. Life hack. I don't know. I'm just saying, do whatever you want. I like to bullshit. All right? You can just use words, man. It's so easy. I like the the quote, like, you can just make stuff, man. Right? You can just build things. Oh, damn. Okay, code drift, dropping knowledge. Technical advisory board or customer advisory board? Right? So, like, that's different from, like, the board. Like, they don't get stock. Do you pay those people? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. For their time token amounts? Yeah. Okay. No, I like that idea. I need to start doing that. Okay. I feel like I can't do that until I spin my product out to its own business, though. So yeah, right now I have Waltr and a bunch of other products under a like an umbrella company, right? Like a holding company. Stock in that holding company is worthless. Nah. Nah. You pay them in gift cards. Ooh, there you go, Ethan. Okay. That could work. I could see that. But I'm not made of money, so I can't do that part yet either. But interesting. That's not bad. I like that. Yeah, I'd have to like probably consult with a lawyer about how to like dole out individual like shares per project. Okay. No, so I've had like a good heartfelt like conversation with someone who does do like investment, etc. I feel like I need to build the product and get some customers before they actually see the value because they're an engineer and they're the type of person that's like, why would I pay for this when I could just build it? But at the same time, they have a product that like I also say like, why would I pay for that when I can just build it? And if I say the thing I could build, you would know exactly who they are. I'm not going to confirm or deny who it is, but yeah, like S3 uploads, I can just do that. I can just do S3 uploads. I'm not going to pay for that service. But holy shit, like it's a viable business strategy. I can recognize that. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not their target customer. In the same light, the thing I'm building, they might not be my target customer. That's fine. But I think eventually they might see the light as it being a valid business. And please don't try and guess. If I wanted to get really like conspiracy theory about it, they fund a company that might try and eat up some of this space. So I just need to move quicker. That's all. I don't think they'd be that kind of jerk, though. I feel like we've had enough, like, time to chill and hang out and understand each other. I don't think they would be that kind of jerk. Yeah, no worries, Nicholas. Yeah, thank you for hanging out, man. Yeah, appreciate you over there on the YouTube. Thank you for chilling. You know, I've just been ranting a bit. It's kind of what I do. I try and get work done as much as I can, and, you know, I got a little bit more to do today, but the majority of the work happens at the beginning of stream. And then I just really value the conversation. I gain a lot from just chatting. I really do. I gain a lot from just chatting with y'all. Yeah, no worries, Nicholas. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. So hold on, real quick, though. I got to push back. Wisdom comes from experience. So these are just words at this point. They're not words of wisdom. They're just words. If you got something from them, well, that's on you, right? Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Hey, I'm just having fun, you know. I love to quote a good movie. Yeah, Code Drift, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. All right, let's pour that one light because I am running out of the water. And yeah, I did a few more than I should have. Whatever, that's fine. That's fine. I was light last night. I was light the night before. You gotta party every once in a while, you know? All right, so let's actually install this like class variance authority thing. Direct-to-consumer healthcare business. Right. And I don't want to dox where you are unless you want to, but not here in the U.S. That's like I think something worth recognizing. Because it becomes very different. Okay, there you go. Yeah. All right, so I'm pushing back on this album real quick. Come on, can you actually play some music? That'd be just a whole lot cooler if you did. There we go. All right, so we install this library into our design system that we're making. Oh, you're moving into the US. Oh, there you go. That's huge, man. That is massive. All right, so we're still on React 18 for basically everything. We're going to let that just be. We did install CVA into this. I need to do some other stuff. So pnpm add -d. We're going to do tsup. We're going to do I don't think we need TSX. We do need TSUP. We're going to do TypeScript. I think that's all we need for this. And yeah, Nicholas, thank you for chilling, man. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, what we're doing here with this design system CVA stuff is I want to create a set of, at the bare minimum, some type styling BS, right? So like, what does an H1, H2, H3 mean? Not literally, like we can have an H2, have an H1 style. That's fine, but we need to define a hierarchy of titles. So anyone here who has not used CVA before, it's really damn cool, and this might be one of the talks I try and propose for React Miami. Right? How to use CVA to create a consistent design system for your React applications, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, man. It's a thought. Yeah, no, I think it's essential. Right? If you're using like Tailwind or any other like utility class system, like, oh my God, you need CVA to actually make sense of that because, yeah, sure, you could like override stuff. You can add your own classes or whatever when you need it. But man, having something that is shareable so you can like not have to like copy and paste 20 plus classes from thing to thing, like that's just valuable, you know? That's just valuable. It has been a little while since I have actually created one of these, so let's make it happen. The main thing we're going to do is create a title element or whatever. I think that's a good step. Oh, and yeah, I forgot how much I like this album. For people over on YouTube, you can't hear this album. Sorry. The song that we are playing right now, it does take 4 minutes before this song actually kicks in. But boy, does it kick in. Ooh, back to bopology. This is a diagonal bop song for sure. Right? You can do the side bop, right? The pendulum bop. You can do the straight up bop, but this one, diagonal bop. Yeah, for sure. This is a diagonal bop song. You can do the side to side. Side to side does work, and I find myself like gravitating towards it. To me, like the side to side lends itself more to like ooh wee, look just like Buddy Holly, right? Like that kind of song, right? So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not sure. How you bop your head to a certain song, there is a science behind that. I'm just going to point it out. When it's in the mellow moments, It's a side-to-side bop. It's not even like the pendulum. It's the side-to-side. When the song hits, it's a diagonal bop. So yeah, man, Magic Sword is so good that they have multiple different types of bops per song. That's dynamism right there. Yes, Mad Dog Rammer. Sorry, my bad. The idea is, yes, you can use, right, any utility system. It's not specifically Tailwind, right? Like they even say, Tailwind is optional. If you want to compose a bunch of things together to create your own design system, all it is strings. Those strings can be anything you want. So you could have it actually be like your own home-built like class system that you're composing together. The key is that you would call it as button with the defaults, sure, or button with some other bullshit, right? And generating the classes for it would turn into like this long-ass string of bullshit, right? Like, look at that long-ass string of bullshit. So it's not necessarily only Tailwind. It's about making your design system be composable and how you use this stuff. The company I was at before GetKraken, we were in the process of building this out, and I really think I was helping the junior developer I was working with level the fuck up. But also, they were not a junior. They had done some shit. Like, they were good at what they do. I just think they lacked a bit of leadership on things that they could have done better. And that's where I feel like I filled in a role. They're really good at what they do. If they needed a reference, I would have given it to them. They haven't reached out. I hope they're at a new role after, like, the layoffs of our entire team happened. Just because the company couldn't secure more funding. Kind of how that works. But yeah, like helping them build out a design system to make all of our views within the app consistent, that was really fucking fun. Like, oh man. Like, that shit was the best. I really enjoyed that. This song requires a straight up and down head bop. Ah, that's so good. Right, you can side to side it when you want, but like you got to start it off with the straight up and down. Encapsulate stuff to components. Sure, but components don't actually compose across frameworks, where classes do. And even then, component-wise, like creating a component for every single H1, H2, H3, sure, you can do that, but every once in a while you're going to have an H1 that actually needs to look like an H2, or vice versa, where an H2 needs to look like an H1. And then it gets really muddy. You know? Because your title or heading, like hierarchy, is actually really important for accessibility. Like Todd Libby, if he were still here, would push back on, well, yeah, maybe you don't need an H1 for a certain page. No, you definitely need an H1 for every page, right? You can't have gaps in the hierarchy because it makes like the navigation, I forget which word makes more sense, but right, navigating a page with broken heading hierarchy actually sucks for screen readers. as an example. So instead, your styling actually needs to be separated from the thing you're building. So yeah, you could actually build out a heading element or a component that then takes in a prop for what level of heading it should be. But like, you know, you could just style it instead. You could just style it. So the biggest difference and the biggest thing there is that your styling should not be fundamentally tied to the element that it is styling. Because you're going to piecemeal that shit. You're definitely going to mix and match it. You might not think so now, but you will. You definitely will. You're going to have a button that you actually want to give an H2 styling, right? Like, do you need it now? No, it'll happen. Good luck. Good luck. Putting an actual H2 element inside of a button is weird. Could you just style the text of that button using the classes you care about? Way better. So I agree that Storybook, yes, it's a big effort. It's a big investment. But putting in that effort is normally worth it, especially when you're working from like code base to code base. If you want to maintain consistent styling between projects, you kind of got to do it. And that's exactly the reason why I'm doing it here. Because I have a dashboard app, I have a web app. They need to be consistent with their styling. And this is one of the simplest versions of that, right? I got two applications that need to be consistent with each other. Big ass companies have way more. Way more. I worked at a life insurance company where, sure, the thing we were building, you know, was its own unique snowflake. At the end of the day, they probably wanted it to match the rest of their fucking branding, and to do so would have been way more effort. So at the end of the day, if one team can be responsible for the design system that every other team consumes, and it's just at the level of spitting out classes, you're good to go. You can use it inside of Angular, inside of Vue, inside of React, and it's just classes. Well, yeah, like you don't even have to worry about like component compatibility at that point. Major value delivered. So yeah, your design system should not actually be framework specific. You're probably fucking up if doing so. And I will work this into a talk about CVA as part of my proposal for React Miami. Damn right. All right, so can we recognize that I really like using Shakespeare references in my titles? I just had a would a gradual rollout by any other hashing algorithm still smell as sweet? I just gave that talk at KubeCon for Open Feature Summit. That's a fucking great Shakespeare reference. Are you kidding me? That's big brain. You're welcome, by the way. To CVA or not to CVA? Sure, that's a little bit lazier, but whatever. I'm proud of it. I'm okay with it. As far as building out this CVA stuff, we're at 7 p.m. right now. I got food to cook. I got gaming to do. Don't hate state, just ditch the boilerplate. Oh, you son of a bitch. Are we actually fighting about, like, the state management thing? No, it's fine. Like, nah. Again, if I get accepted, you got to roll out to sleep on. If you get accepted, I appreciate the offer too. Yours is you're doing it on state management. Why Redux is overused. Ooh, okay. I plan on covering the history of state management and the various like different mechanisms for it. Ooh, dueling talks. Yeah, that's even better. I like it. All right, all right. Yeah, mine will be less prescriptive and more like just here is what it is and here's the different things. So mine is more like a Wikipedia article. Redux style state management is totally fine. Right? I would call that like store-based state management compared to signals, compared to like atomic state management. I think all three have their use case, and none of them are overkill until the context actually matters. So that's the talk I'm making. I hope we both get accepted. That'd be great. Hopefully I give my talk first and then you go right after it in the same room. That'd be just way better. The current state of state management. I think that's my talk name. All right, that's my talk. That's it. That's it right there. Are you trying to buy your way into giving a talk? Nah, man. Stay strictly ethical, man. I want no part of that. Nah, don't count me into that. Hell no. My talk stands on its own. Shit. All right, so yeah, we chillin'. We have not done the CVA thing yet. I do want to give, the CVA stuff its own like specific like time tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow we will focus on actually building out the CVA system. We got distracted today. That's my favorite part of stream, actually, just chatting, hanging out. So appreciate y'all being here. I probably should have put on the just chatting category for the past like hour and a half. Whatever. We got there. It's fine. All right, so who are we gonna go raid? That is like equally as important of a question of to manage state or not. Oh damn, Molly Rocket is going. Molly Rocket is, I forget the dude's name. He does a lot of like C stuff though. Like he's killing it. Like he's great. We see Matisse Tech. We see Productive Time. McLando. So Acorn or Molly Rocket? I mean, nah. Acorn wins. Wait, oh, hold on. No, Acorn's offline. Shit, I didn't refresh that. Okay, so never mind. They're not live. Hold on. Hold on. Adam C. Eunice. Yeah, no, I didn't refresh the tab. Yeah, that's my bad. Odat Nerd. We see Evan MMO. The Shy Hat. Coco Type. All right, hold on. Let's go. Like, maybe we find someone brand new. Midnight Simon, killing it, as always. We see a lot of game dev. RW Grimm? We haven't rated RW Grimm in ages. Now, let's go do that. Yeah, we haven't rated RW Grimm in ages. He works on Pigeon, which is a chat app that you probably know, that you should probably use if it makes sense. Like, you know, if it doesn't, don't use it. That's fine. So yeah, let's go say hi to RW Grimm. He's a good dude. He's got a solid mohawk. And yeah, Pigeon is like the product he works on, and it's really fucking cool. Like, it's open source. It's a thing. Like, you know, have you used Pigeon? Pidgin? right? It like wraps and obfuscates like AOL Instant Messenger and like a bunch of other shit. Like you probably should know about Pigeon. If not, you're gonna learn. I bet you'll like it. I bet it's cool. He's a great dude. So we're gonna go say hi. Everyone on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. I will be over on gaming stream. I'm gonna play some Path of Exile 2 again. I'm gonna cook some shrimp for dinner, like small meal style, and it'll be good. And then I'll be back here tomorrow, and we're gonna do like the CVA thing, right? We're gonna do like the styling and like creating all those classes. So later, YouTube, join me tomorrow. Should be fun. Should be pretty good.